6 नंबर का वॉल्यूम
अरे
दे
मैं
देना
हटा
थोड़ा।
रही हूँ, मैं हटा रही हूँ।
हेलो। हेलो।
हाउ डू यू डू इट? सॉरी।
हेलो। 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 ठीक है।
कभी मूव नहीं होता है।
मैंने यहीं पे रखे हैं श्वेता। हाँ ठीक है।
वो
देखो
मेरे डॉक्टर।
यहाँ से ऑन ऑफ है, ये नीचे ऑन ऑन ऑफ।
ठीक है, ये तो एक का ही है।
एक ही है।
इसमें तो एक ही है।
अभी ऑफ
अरे द बैकड्रॉप इन द स्क्रीन ये लगा दीजिए। हाँ हाँ, just put that up.
Done.
डिस्प्ले एंड पुट इट
Sure, sir.
कैसे फॉरवर्ड करूँ मेल पे
Yes, sir.
जीमेल व्हाट्स योर मेल आईडी वीडियो लॉग
amrita.fitt@gmail.com.
कर लोगे ना
हाँ जी. .fi@gmail.com. Just a moment.
जी अमृता
Yes. Yes, sir. You just download it.
उसको जो थैंक्स वाली स्लाइड है ना उसमें डाल देना स्लाइड गो टू द स्लाइड्स दिस इज द वेबसाइट
All right.
एस्केप मेरी स्लाइड पे पीपीटी खुली हुई है
PPT किसमें खुला है? हाँ.
ये
Which
वाला
one is yours? My website.
इसी में यहाँ डाल दो
ठीक है. Just.
अभी आपको मेल खोलो पहले
हाँ जी. Sorry, sir. Taking a little time.
इतनी सारी विंडोज खोल के रखोगे तो कन्फ्यूजन रहेगा
Yes, sir.
रिलैक्स
Sorry, sir.
नो टेंशन
This is a picture. We have saved it.
go to website mail ppt
Yes.
insert wherever that has image
Image picture is image guy. Picture is here. Sorry, sir.
बिल्कुल आँख में मर गई है ऊपर वाली यहाँ पे सकते हो
So ये लोगो यहाँ पे आएगा.
नीचे कर दो छोटा से यहाँ छोटा कर दो उसको साइज में
जी सर.
छोटा कर दो और छोटा कर दो और छोटा कर दो और छोटा कर दो बस ठीक है
Here?
हाँ बस दैट्स गुड
Okay. And
ओके सेव कर दिया उसको
हाँ जी. Just a moment.
A very warm good morning to one and all present here, respected dignitaries, Team FITT, the innovators that are present in this room, and my peers and our incubated startups and our esteemed guests. Innovation drives growth, creates jobs, and push boundaries in a wide range of fields. Innovators bring fresh ideas, new approaches, and disruptive technologies to the table, challenging the status quo and opening up new opportunities for growth and development. Today, we are gathered here to celebrate exactly that. Commemorating 30 glorious years of fostering innovation, the Delhi Innovation Summit celebrates the indomitable spirit of entrepreneurs at the Research and Innovation Park, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. The event envisages creating self-reliance in strategic areas by nurturing the startup innovation ecosystem across the nation. The event brings together all stakeholders and key decision makers, including our startup founders, mentors, investors, government officials, and industry leaders. It provides a platform for startups to network with key decision makers and explore the possibility of scaling further with the help of an enabling community. Before we move forward, I would like to apprise our audience about the agenda of the day. We have envisioned this as a day-long event, beginning with a small inauguration session, following up with a panel discussion on industry-academia partnership for design and manufacturing. Post-lunch, we have 2 roundtable discussions lined up. One on strengthening research, translation, and life sciences, and another on AI and IPR way forward. On this, we also have a startup summit lined up for our startups, a lesson on leadership, and then we have our parallel sessions, which is Pitch Fest, Mentor Clinic, and Investor Speed Dating. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Anil Wali, MD FITT IIT Delhi, onto the stage. Dr. Wali himself is a IIT alumni, a PhD scholar in chemical sciences. I would request Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director IIT Delhi, to come up onto the dais. And request Dr. Wali to felicitate Professor Banerjee. Professor Banerjee is the director of IIT Delhi, previously served as a Forbes Marshall Chair Professor in the Department of Energy Science and Engineering at IIT Bombay, a distinguished researcher in the field of energy studies. He has also been involved in setting up megawatt capacity scale solar thermal power testing and simulation research facilities sponsored by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Next, I would like to call upon DICE, Mr. Ranjan Pathak, Secretary, Technology Development Board. Apologies, Shri Rajesh Kumar Pathak. He's a 1995 batch civil service officer. Prior to joining Technology Development Board, he was holding the charge of member finance in Inland Waterways Authority of India. He has also served as the Secretary of Telecommunications and Chairman of the Telecom Commission. Next, may I call Professor Satyanarayan Chakravarti. Dr. Satyanarayan Chakravarti is a professor of aerospace engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, Chennai, India. He received his Bachelor of Technology degree in aerospace engineering in 1991 from IIT Madras. He heads the National Center for Combustion Research and Development at IIT Madras. He's also the co-founder of multiple deep tech startups, including Agnikul Cosmos, Aerostrovilis Energy Private Limited, Galaxy Eye, ePlane.ai, Tutor Hyperloop. I request all our dignitaries to take their seat. I now call upon Dr. Wali to extend the welcome note.
Namaskar and Shubh Prabhat. Professor Banerjee, Shri Pathak, Professor Chakrabarti, my colleagues and friends, I'm happy to welcome you all to today's Delhi Innovation Summit. I call it DIS 2023. Friends, given the wide repertoire of activities that is associated with FITT, we felt the need to create a platform to bring all stakeholders together. This DIS is an attempt in this direction. Now, if this program continues in subsequent years, today's program can then be called the first edition of DIS. At a time when there is a benign environment, you all would agree, and a huge policy push towards enabling innovations and strengthening the startup ecosystem in the country, FIT eminently fits into the national innovation and entrepreneurship grid and hopes to contribute handsomely and create value going forward. Friends, another reason, as my colleague mentioned, to organize this event was to recall 30 years of FITT. Having been with FIT for nearly half its present age, I am reasonably assured to say that FIT has carved a strong position for itself. When I say that, IIT, and I often say that, IIT Delhi has over the years put all the elements of an innovation ecosystem in place. It implies the setting up of a formal technology transfer office called FITT in 1992, adopting its IPR policy in 1994, first by, I think, if I remember correctly, I think amongst the first by any academic institution in the country. Setting up of a formal technology business incubator by FITT in the year 2000, and now the Research and Innovation Park, which has now become a first port of call for many visitors and event organizers and on the campus in 2022. Just a few numbers may reflect the state of FITT's operations. We have enabled and administered over, when I say over, it's a very conservative estimate, 2,000 industry collaborations and investigative projects, programs, sponsored research, and whatnot. More than 500 training programs, even though we don't do any of these now in big numbers, filed more than 1,300 patents, have licensed more than 180 technologies, and have incubated more than 150 startups. I shall be failing in my duty if I do not acknowledge the constant and unwavering support of the institute and other external stakeholders in the government and the private sector, and because of which FIT has been able to grow and, more importantly, become self-sustaining. Importantly, and which is our USP, we have maintained a culture of commercial ethos to ensure that our service delivery remains fast, flexible, rational, and feature-rich. Hopefully, the journey going forward should remain strong and exciting. I again thank you all for your gracious presence and would like to express my gratitude to my team for their consistent efforts in the IIT system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wali. Next, I would like to invite Professor Rangan Banerjee to the dais to address the audience.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. Today, as Dr. Wali said, it's 30 years of FIT. We started FIT as a vehicle to see that our research and innovation actually makes an impact. And I got to know, unlike Dr. Wali, who's been 18 years with FIT, I've been with FIT only for a little more than a year. I got to know of FIT from someone who's in the audience today, and Professor Sunit Tuli, who was at that time the Dean IRD, and I was the Dean of at IIT Bombay. Today, when we look back, we have done a lot, but there is a lot more to do. And this is a time where all of you have been interacting with FIT. We would like to seek your inputs into what else you think FIT should be doing, and whether it is the startups, whether it is our faculty colleagues, whether it is other society or governmental organizations. Together we have to work to see that we create an innovation ecosystem, and of course we are talking of it as the Delhi Innovation Summit, but essentially this is a summit for the NCR region. If you look at Silicon Valley, you would see the pioneering role of universities who were in the valley and the ideas that started that innovation ecosystem. Cities, typically cities and regions are hub for economic activity, and a lot of this comes out through ideas, innovation and IP. And it is we see ourselves as IIT Delhi as a role of catalyzing this. And it is towards this that this summit is a first step in that direction. We would like to identify areas and domains in which the NCR region and the NCR innovation ecosystem can have a strategic advantage. And that strategic advantage would be provided by the research institutions in the ecosystem, and IIT Delhi being one of them. We also have the cluster, the Delhi Research, it's called DRIVE, Research Innovation Cluster. So we really want to take this forward and see the metrics in terms of how much value we are creating for the region. What is the kind of addition to the regional GDP? What is the kind of addition that we have in terms of jobs? What is the kind of addition that we have in terms of new ideas? So the challenge is really, because every ecosystem, every country is focusing on innovation, and there is a competition. We must compete, but we must also collaborate. And I'm so delighted that we have on our dais a colleague from IIT Madras. So we should collaborate with the institutions across the regions, but we must work to create an innovation ecosystem where it is not just the prototype or a few units, but we are looking at actually scaling and, creating an innovation system that goes over this value of that. Once we have something which is TRL level 5, 6, but to create it where it's market ready is a problem. And today we need to acknowledge, look at realistically, and work together to create that innovation ecosystem. So I'm delighted to be here, and I'd like to, on behalf of the student, staff and faculty of the Institute, like to welcome you all to this summit, and hope that we will enhance our relationships that we have and work together for mutual benefit. We are committed to this, and we'd be happy to listen to you and to see how we can take this forward. So we've made a start. We have an innovation ecosystem, we have FIT, we have all these linkages, but there is much more work to be done. And we need to review what we've done in the last 30 years, find out what else we need to do, and then try to see how we can strengthen this innovation ecosystem. So we look forward to your inputs into taking us forward into this journey so that we really make the NCR Innovation Hub really a role model for innovation systems all across the world. Thank you.
you so much, Professor Banerjee. Next, can we have Mr. Rajesh Pathak on the dais, please?
Good morning, Suprabhat. Today with me on the dais, Director IIT Delhi. I thought I borrowed his name, Rangan, for a few seconds. Otherwise, I am Rajesh. So, and Professor Satya, Professor Wali. In fact, when Professor Wali told me, today I had certain other pressing commitment, but still when he invites me, I find it very difficult to say no to him because of certain, you see, my linkage with the alma mater IIT Delhi, and few things I have observed as a bureaucrat whenever I go, or many of my colleagues try to observe from the surrounding. The first observation is, you see, there are so many, below the line, you see a sponsored, supported, but not Technology Development Board name is there. But the fact is otherwise. Through Technology Development Board, we have supported so many of your projects which you have incubated here. So this is, I don't know whether BIRAC is there, by the way. So we always have some sort of internal, you see, competition. They are 10-year-old, we are 25, 26-year-old. But if BIRAC name is there, then somewhere it pinches. Second and most important, Dr. Wali said, if it is around 30 years, almost matching with my exit from IIT Delhi. I did my MTech from 92, 94, but कहने को 94 होता था, 93 दिसंबर तक आप अपना काम खत्म करें और हॉस्टल खाली करें. तो उस समय हम लोग सिविल सर्विसेज दे रहे होते थे, तो और हमारे पीछे लोग पड़े रहते थे, आप जल्दी खाली करें तो हम लोग GSRI में शिफ्ट कर देते. तो ये ट्रेंड था. तो रफली ऑलमोस्ट जितना साल आपका FITT है, so it coincides. So these two observations I just wanted to share with you. And coming back to this summit, as Director Saab has said, it's not Delhi summit, it probably NCR, even not NCR, I don't know, other institution in the northern India has done this kind of summit. At least for last 2 years I have not seen it. So you can take credit for this, because innovation, as we all know, Government of India is giving extreme importance to innovations and research nowadays, not only from theoretical perspective, but as Director Saab has said, translational one, which goes to help the common citizen. Ultimately, it passes through this valley of death and meet its objective for any innovation. If somebody has something, I always call it from mind to market. So how we can ensure that their products reaches market, crossing this entire journey. And as you sir rightly said, the biggest challenge, which in fact now I am 1.5 years old in Technology Development Board, I can say for sure, we support from TRL 7 onwards. That's true. If some innovation, especially deep technology is there is no dearth of fund from TDB is there to support. We have supported many of your innovation, but real challenge is from 4, 5, 6. So two things we are, and as per mandate of Technology Development Board, we are not supposed to come below TRL 7 because we work in the domain of commercialization unless it is ready. But nonetheless, we have tried now In fact, board has given me in principle approval. So we can, we have set up a committee in two, one is agriculture and one for the medical. So you can trial stages also, clinical trial or for field trial for agriculture, can we come and support? Some model we are working on. So probably maybe few months down the line, we will be able to support provided government agrees to it. So normally for which we found as far as medical innovations are concerned, trial 1, trial 2 and trial 3. So there are 3 field trials and lots of innovation basically doesn't crosses because of this financial constraint. BIREC also do support to certain extent, so can we collaborate with that? So we are working. Similarly, we are working for agriculture also. So if we can give support to their field trials, otherwise people are developing it and multinational used to buy out their developments and IPR, etc., etc. Coming back to IPR, I was just wondering, and in fact I had a preliminary discussion with Professor Pandit, who is Controller General of, I think, Patent. This idea came from a talk by Honorable Minister, I think I shared with you last time also, Gadkari ji, who is always used to tell that your patent is basically like वो जो गहना होती है ना वो लेडीज लोगों की, वो आप पेटेंट करते हो लेके आप अलमारी में रख देते हो, कभी उसको देखते नहीं हो, आपको उसकी जो भी PhD हो या वट एवर योर एकेडमिक्स आपके प्रमोशंस में वो सब होती है, लेकिन इज वर्किंग, हाँ, अल्टीमेटली डजंट ट्रांसलेट्स टू, तो आप उसको लॉकर में रखते हो. सो कैन वी डेवलप सर्टेन मैकेनिज्म टू actually find out what is the value of that IPR? So I was thinking, can we do some sort of a in loose sense, like share market? Can we develop an IPR market for that? Suppose I did certain research, I had IPR, I can register there, and whosoever wants to utilize my IPR can come and bid for it. If suppose 2 and 3 people are bidding for my IPR, then I will get to know what is the actual value of my innovations. Otherwise, today I am not aware of what is the market value of my, unless otherwise, if I am going to set up my own company and come out with a product for the market, that's a different issue. Many people may not do it. So if we register it on that exchange, let's say it IPR exchange, and through that system can we basically discover the actual value of that innovation or that research or IPR generated out of it. So that's a loose idea which has come to our mind. We are thinking if it is possible, and that particular exchange or that particular IPR probably is this entire research ecosystem will be available for many people who wants to utilize it for other purposes also, at least as one place in electronic format. That can be the idea. I just wanted to share, and you think how this idea can be taken forward, whether it is a viable idea or not also we are, because just I said it is very preliminary discussion I had with Professor Patel. Second, as I told you, as a bureaucrats, whenever we come, we don't know what is the program and all those, so you start talking to each other. तो मैं यहाँ बैठा हुआ था, बगल में डायरेक्टर साहब बैठे, तो मैं पूछा कि what is happening new in IIT. So he said we are going to open a medical in Jhajjar. I think it's a really good idea. I tell you from my experience of just 1.5 years in TDB, today, especially your medical equipment, around 86% or 84 to 85% of my high-end medical equipment we are importing from outside. So we are basically fourth importer by way of volume in ACI within top 20 across the world. And the main lacuna, the main reason is the lack of research jointly by medical fraternity and the engineering fraternity. Today, few of the projects which we supported, and I would like to say one of them is a company in Bangalore. They are manufacturing that linear accelerator, LINAC machine, using S-band magnetron technology, which can give the precise radiation even for the brain tumor also without affecting the other tissues around 0.2 mm dia. This is first time in the world it is happening. And we are the third country to manufacture LINAC. Today the linear accelerator machine costs around 25 crores. But our product may hit the market maybe 10 or 12 crores. And probably it is going to sell like a hotcake if the developments comes through as planned. This is, I think, second stage of innovations they are working on. So there are similar kind of equipment. We, for example, everybody knows about, you see, the ventilator story of IIT Kanpur, and today how we came and that company Nokark, which was earlier, so I don't want to discuss it there, but there are very exact need or Atmanirbhar Bharat, can we do it? And Professor Saab has said rightly that they are not going to set up a medical college like IIT Kanpur did. They will utilize AIMS Jhajjar campus as medical college, but so your engineering knowledge there, your center will collaborate with them to know their actual requirement. In fact, with the same Nokark, we are working with the TDB, the project is with us, we are evaluating it. So now they are developing a universal ventilator. Today the some sort of oxygen flow is around in the 10 to 2000 range. I don't know exactly the volume, how they measure. But then they say they are going to come back for around say from 1 to 4,000, so that it can be utilized for not only for the normal means 18 years and above, but for child as well as some precise uses, and they are doing all algorithm change so that other associated parameters can also be captured by that system. When we came, we went there in their facility in Pune. One of the things we found, we do not have in India any institution today who can certify this product is meant for these whatever they have claimed. There are instances during those COVID, some of the company of Gurgaon, I don't want to name, they sold ventilator to AIIMS Delhi, and this ventilator is lying not utilized because they claimed something, it was not there, it was not happening. So then idea came, suppose I develop this product, suppose in Jhajjar also with AIIMS Jhajjar you develop, let's say your innovation, some product, but who will certify it? Now you go to BIS, BIS has a different certification, they will sort of electrical sockets and this and that, blah, blah, blah. But for that equipment, those kind of, now you think about CE certification, FD certification, they are there for international market. And if Indian company, especially startups, goes for that, they have to pay huge money to get those certifications. Can we have? So just think on that line also. If an institution like, and then obviously collaboration with health ministry and all required, can set up where we can test it and certify this medical equipment is really meeting all those parameters for which they have claimed that this equipment will do it. So, so this is also one of the challenges. I don't want to take a lot of time. If I will discuss, I have many, you see, ideas, and that's idea generated just 1.5 years of my. Otherwise, as you rightly said earlier, I was in Inland Waterways Authority. एंड वो नाव वो चला रहे थे वहाँ पे, अचानक से साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में आ गए, यहाँ कुछ और करने लगे, कल कहीं और जाएंगे तो ये भी सब भूल जाएंगे. ब्यूरोक्रेट्स का यही लाइफ है. आप लोग तो इसमें लगे रहते हैं, सो यू कैन कैरी योर नॉलेज. बट नेवरदलेस I really am honored to be here today in this FIT FIT Center and this auditorium. I think this is my second time I am with you, and you have completed 30 years, my Pearl Jubilee it is called. I hope you will celebrate so many milestones, and our association with TDB will grow, and hope next time, whenever you call, at least my organization name should figure. I can see Tanmay here. The first project signed by me as a Secretary Technology Development was BotLab Dynamics. And I am really proud of this product, and Tanmay is here for FIT. I wish all the success, and you have so many good sessions coming up, and I hope at the end of the day some good deliverables and maybe some policy issues also will be discussed, and if it's there, please pass on to DST and to us also, so that we can take up it with the right authority to take it forward. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pathak. Next, we would like to hear from Professor Chakravarti, who has joined us here late night tomorrow. Yesterday night, he arrived pretty late. Professor Chakravarti.
Very good morning to all of you. It's indeed an honor to be called upon from IIT Madras to come to IIT Delhi. It's kind of like going to the Mecca and preaching the Quran, right? So I, unlike what I do in most other places, I can't boast about the great R&D ecosystem that we have at IIT Madras and all those things here. So I'll just tell you why I might be called upon here, right? That's another question that you might be having, like why is this guy here, right? So I don't know, to be honest with you, but let me tell you why I might have been called upon here. By way of actually giving you like a report card of what we have been doing at the National Center for Combustion R&D, which is one of the R&D centers established by DST, by the way, right, about 10 years back. So they gave us about 46 crores at that time. So somebody asked me, how do you actually produce more Satya Chakravartis? And the answer is, go get 46 crores from DST, right? So I'm extremely indebted to DST for having set up a fairly large center for combustion, which of course has translated to doing much more than combustion. And my excuse for that is, JPL at Caltech actually does a lot more than propulsion. So it's okay to have that name, but do what you think is the right thing to do. So what do we do? As a report card, I should probably stick my neck out and say that we are ever closer to one of the private launches. We can't claim to be the first private launch in India anymore, but we could probably claim to be the first private rocket-like launch, that is a vertical launch with umbilicals and controls and so on, by Agnikul Cosmos for a suborbital flight off the coast of Sriharikota in the next few weeks is what is expected. We do have India's first private launch pad set up there for this purpose already. At E-Plane, the E-Plane company that I'm personally actually leading, having taken a sabbatical from teaching since January of 2020, and subsequently with leave without pay, because sabbatical only lasts that for so long, right? And then you have to actually fend for yourself if you're running a startup. We are making the world's, dial back to Agnikul a little bit more. So what is special about that launch is we will actually be launching the world's most integrated 3D printed rocket engine. And Why did I actually mention that is I was reminded of what's this recurring theme that's actually going on with what we do, which is always what needs to be the world's most something, right? So the world's most is actually, when I was in the US as a grad student, I used to come across whatever they do in the US, they would say world's most, right? And they wouldn't even check whether it's actually the world's most because they're used to thinking it's always the world's most, right? That's what Americans do. If you want to be a developed country, you don't bother about the rest of the people. That's basically what it is, right? So here we are actually deliberately seeing what we will actually be doing the world's most whatever. So at E-Plane, for example, we actually do the world's most compact electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. And in the next couple of weeks, we should probably be announcing the flight of a subscale prototype, which is about the size of a car, which was actually touted as a giant drone about a couple of weeks ago when we showcased the flying prototype in Bangalore to the Minister of Civil Aviation at a eVTOL conference. So we should actually be showing a flight of that. In about a year's time, we should actually be flying the first full-scale prototype, which is a two-seater. We already have the DGCA coming and going through the certification process. As a matter of fact, this Monday, Tuesday, they will actually be coming and auditing us as a design organization for an approval that we are capable of designing an aircraft in the first place. And we expect that process should actually take about a couple of years. And hopefully in the next 2 to 3 years, we should actually have electric air taxis flying our skies to remove congestion on road. That's essentially what we are doing. The third startup that actually my colleague at Chemical Engineering started is what's called as X2Fuels, which is now gaining traction. It's all about getting funding. So the moment you actually get funding, you say you got traction. That's actually the starting point. So we now have funding to actually set up a very limited pilot scale facility of a 5-ton per day pilot plant, a continuous processing pilot plant for converting unsegregated municipal solid waste into crude oil. So we have actually done lots of studies in the lab scale at the NCCRD, and we have now actually also set up a scale up at about 100 liter, which is actually still very small when compared to 5 ton per day. And 5 ton per day is extremely small when compared to what's actually required, because each of our cities is actually producing about 5,000 tons per day of waste. And if we can actually convert most of it to crude oil, imagine that we are actually trying to solve two problems at the same time: waste management on the one hand, and the crude oil imports on the other hand. And the fourth startup that we have had, in fact, it's actually one of the first startups. It's called Aerostrovelos, where we are actually making a gas turbine engine for local power generation. And this is local power generation even on-board long-distance trucks and buses, so that we can actually do a completely fuel-agnostic combustion over there with the IP that we had generated. I think to talk about the IP that actually we clock, right? So one of the ways we decided that we will actually use our IP is to actually push it into startups. So we have a very close tie-up between startups and the labs that actually translates this lab to market. So this is one of those IPs that we had clocked at the Combustion Center based on a grant challenge that DST wanted us to do when the Combustion Center started on clean combustion. We actually have a way by which we can burn any fuel in the same burner. So we expect that the trucks will actually have multiple tanks, could be diesel, could be natural gas, or any of those. And hopefully we will also be able to actually burn the crude itself that we obtained from the X2Fuels into it without having to go through a refinery process. So we just cut an entire supply chain of how the crude is imported, refined, and then sent to petrol pumps as diesel. All of these things we should just simply disrupt is basically the idea here. The fifth startup actually came out of a student project called Avishkar Hyperloop that's been running at IIT Madras, and I have been the faculty advisor of. These students essentially keep graduating every year, and they need to figure out what to do. A bunch of them actually decided that they will try to use Hyperloop technology to go to space. It's very interesting. So So they said, is it possible for us to actually hurl satellites through a electromagnetic tunnel into space? And then I said, okay, go and calculate how long the tunnel needs to be. They came back after 6 months and said that will be about 26 kilometers. And I asked them, how long will it take? How much money it will take? They took another 6 months to figure out it will take about $45 million. I said, it's not happening. So they just actually wasted 1 year to figure out the business case, right? And then they said, well, we will actually still be doing space tech. So they have actually started a startup called Galaxy, which is into Earth observation satellites. And it's again the world's most one of those things, right? So it's actually the world's only satellite to the extent we know, which is actually trying to combine a synthetic aperture radar that can cut through clouds and also view at night times, coupled with a hyperspectral camera that works in the optical range, so that we will actually do deep learning of these two images put together, pixel for pixel as well as synchronized in imaging, and learn from the optical image to try to render the IR image when the optical image is not available for good clarity, which essentially means that we run out of excuse on taking images at nights or with cloud cover anymore. Right? We'll actually have optical clarity images at all times around the world, through the day around the world. That's what essentially what Galaxy is supposed to do. The other thing that I wanted to do when I've been working with as a faculty advisor to the Avishkar Hyperloop team for about 6 years now is, how is it possible for us to actually translate what the students are doing just for fun at our Center for Innovation year on year and clocking international awards and recognition, and also actually clocking patents. The students, just year on year, there is like a rolling student enrollment in this team, and some of them will stay back to be leaders for the next year and make sure that there is a continuity of the Hyperloop technologies that are developed. And this set of student teams has actually clocked about 5 patents already, right? And we want to now see how this can actually scale up to reality, where we want to do something that's at full scale, like pods running from, let's say, Chennai to Bangalore in the part of the country that we are in. That's actually the hottest corridor there. And so the idea here is that, is it possible to actually do a Chennai to Bangalore in about 15 minutes to 30 minutes by the end of this decade? That's essentially where we are. So as a prelude to that, would like to actually share that we got a grant from the Ministry of Railways for us to set up a 400-meter long straight subscale 2-meter diameter tube in which we can run, it's a vacuum tube, where we can run pods at about 250 kilometers per hour within this distance in our new campus. And that would actually be the world's first university Hyperloop startup that we will actually be hoping to get by about September this year. So these are the things that we are doing, ladies and gentlemen, and it's actually a huge journey and a huge, work in progress, right? Getting funding for this, getting to show investors midstream, commercialization possibilities, all of these things is something that I have been learning all through this entire effort, and it's been a great journey for me myself. And I would be happy to share all those little pearls of wisdom that are actually in the making, as far as I can tell. We still haven't completed the journey. We will actually complete the journey when we clock customer revenues. We haven't done that yet. That's actually the biggest problem that actually will be staring at any startup, and that's very, very important for us to keep on our mind right from day one. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Chakravarti. We've all been really excited to hear from our dignitaries. Next, in order to close this segment, I would like to invite Colonel Naveen Gopal, CEO FITT IIT Delhi, to address the audience.
Morning to all of you. Suprabhat. I would like to express on behalf of FITT my sincere gratitude to all the dignitaries which are present here for the thoughts which they have shared with us. I'm sure all of you would have been enthused by the thoughts which have been shared with us, and it is actually quite a learning which I have also learned in this period of time. Today we have planned multiple events which are going to provide a platform for knowledge sharing, networking, and we have a diverse range of experts which are coming from the IPR field, your technology, startups, etc., investors and mentors, who would be sharing their expertise with all of you today. And I hope by the end of the session today, all of you who are the participants would have benefited to some extent. I would also like to thank our event planning and management team for their hard work and dedication for organizing this event. They have put a tremendous effort to ensure that everything runs smoothly. Last but not the least, I would express our gratitude to the audience which are present here, who have taken out time from the busy schedule to come and attend this event. I would once again thank all of you for being a part of this event, and hope you will benefit from this Delhi Innovation Summit, which we hope converts into an annual event. We now move on to the next part of the event, which is a small launch event we are planning for the FIT. I would request the dignitaries to please take a seat below, sir, and FIT has been working towards improving its services and processes. I'll request, sir, please take a seat.
A minute.
It'll take only 4-5 minutes, so that's it, nothing beyond that, sir. FIT has been working towards improving its service delivery, and towards that we say that the new beginning is, for a new beginning we have to start working towards it always and continuously. I would just like to highlight the, just highlight the major milestones of the FIT's journey, which have already been covered by Dr. Wali in brief. The idea of FITT was conceptualized by the IIT Delhi in 1986, and in 1992, the FIT as a foundation was set up. There have been many major milestones which have come up post that. The IPR policy, which was done in 1994 by the institute, and it was one of the first in the country. We set up the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi set up the Technology Business Incubation Unit, and it was one of the earliest business incubation units set up. The Biotechnology Business Incubation Facility was created in 2014. And then we had the ITEC Sonipat, which was operational by FITT, and the other incubation center, which was established in 2018. The ITTO was established in 2021, and the RNI Park, which all of you are sitting here, was operationalized last year. We also started the startup scale-up incubation engine activity in FITT last year, in which we have been incubating startups who are in the Series A or the pre-Series A stage. In 2023, we are working towards something, and as a part of that, this is the first part we are going to go ahead for that. The objective of FITT is, I hope, this is actually, there has been so much of technical talk, but what we are talking is quite mundane, but it is an essential part of the setup for providing services. So we are looking to provide these services in a transparent manner and providing near and real-time information to all our clients and people here. So we have worked hard towards trying to automate the services and re-engineer our processes, which to make them more business-friendly and more user-friendly. As you are all aware, the primary focus areas of FITT are, as mentioned here, we are providing incubation support, we are managing the intellectual property rights for the institute, we are looking at the technology commercialization, we are looking at partnerships and research with the industry, academia, and the government bodies. And we are also looking at program management, in which we are running a large number of programs for the various institutions. FIT's growth trajectory, I have tried to put it in one slide, so you can see that we it is a upward trajectory and the organization is growing. We have the partnership and R&D consultancy in which the number of projects and the value of the projects is growing by leaps and bounds. We have the incubation and startups ecosystem, which we see are also growing in large numbers. The intellectual property rights have been consistently over a figure of 120 per year, and the technology commercialization, which is also a very important aspect, has also been increasing tremendously. Last year, we were able to close to 580 lakhs of technology commercialization. We plan to automate the FITT to provide efficiency, scalability, consistency. I'm sure all the members here are aware of these activities. And with this, we aim to achieve an efficient, scalable, transparent, consistent, and data-driven organization to provide FITT the competitive edge, which it needs to maintain to survive in this world where I think large number of incubators are coming up everywhere, and FITT being one of the leaders needs to continue to occupy that position. The certain timelines which I just wanted to share with the audience, because all of you at some point of the time would be using the portal, is that we are in the Q1, we plan to launch the upgraded website. In Q2, we are launching the project modules, which will be automating and providing complete services and real-time information to all the PIs, project in charges, the industry, and the clientele. The Q3, we are also looking at incubation modules and the RNA module, where facilities for the RNA park and the incubators would be readily available to the incubators at a click of a button. And in Q4, we are looking at improving and launching the IPR and the TT technology module. I would like to thank all the stakeholders and the FIT team members who have really worked hard on this project. We have been on it for almost a year now, and we are now reaching a place where we are going to launch the products. We will endeavor to make the future better, as FIT has always been working hard to improve it, and we are looking forward to further improving our service delivery. We are striving for continuous improvement, and I would like to invite Dr. Wali, who has been at the helm of FIT for the past 15 years, to launch the web portal. Dr. Wali, sir. As happens, there's always a technical glitch which happens. I think, yeah, it's opening.
Fine. So that's it.
So this is the upgraded portal we have launched, and we have designed it in the latest fashion where all facilities are available. I would not bore the audience with it. This is compatible with all your handsets and everything, and I'm sure you can keep a look at it. The portal remains the portal remains the same. You have the various options where we are looking at various information which is readily available to the people, the number of programs which are running. Sir, Rajesh sir, your organization's name is mentioned here. We would apologize for the fox which happened. And we are also having a detailed query module in which any of you who are wanting to get the answer to the queries can register on the portal, send the query, we will be tracking it so that we have a ready database to respond to it. As of now, we are doing it in a manual system. So hope all of you will be utilizing it, and we will request feedbacks for the improvement from all of you. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are now moving on to our next segment. It is a panel discussion on industry-academia partnership for design and manufacturing. So a very warm welcome to all of you to our first panel discussion on industry-academia partnership. Our moderator for today is Professor Sabyasachi Paldas. I would like to invite him on the stage. An alumnus of National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad. His area of specialization is industrial design. He has nearly 25 years of experience in design consultancy across industry verticals. Presently, he is a professor of practice in the Department of Design for IIT Delhi. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Good morning, very warm welcome. It's really warm outside, so I have to extend a very warm welcome to all of you.
We'll put this system.
कौन सी लाइट
Hi, so we're going to quickly talk about the role of innovation, because I think that is the flavor of today. And I'd like to quickly look at the WIPO rankings. So we don't seem to be doing too badly in terms of world rankings, but you have to realize that this is primarily because we're doing pretty well in our basic sciences and in the development of the underlying technology. But if you actually look at the conversion to marketable products, we are really not that good, you know? And so there seems to be a gap. We seem to be doing fairly well in terms of developing very good quality basic sciences and the underlying technology. But somewhere we seem to be falling out of the way in terms of marketable products. So desirable, marketable products that fetch a country revenue is something that we are not being able to do. And I just want to kind of, since we're talking about healthcare, I just want to kind of talk about that, how do you actually develop a marketable product? So that seems still to be a bit of a, you know, a magic wand that you wave and you come up with a product. So I would kind of talk about something I was involved in about 15 years back. And GE had this product, which was a really gives product for primary warmer. That's for infants who have just been born. They're too small to actually keep themselves warm. And this is a warmer that keeps them alive. It's a really gives product, but the price point is something that most of our PHCs, etc., will not be able to afford. So the brief was very simple. We want all of this at less than 20% of the price. So there are two parts that one does. Either you kind of de-feature it down, really do a value for money exercise, or you actually go down to the roots and start thinking from a clean sheet. So as you know, we have like a huge need gap in terms of healthcare services. And at that point of time, this is 15 years back, our mortality rate was worse than sub-Saharan Africa. It was really bad. Even today, it's about 25 out of 1,000 live births. So we actually do, in terms of design, you do a very quick deep dive and try and understand what are the gaps. And you go to areas where you actually hold up a newborn baby to a 200 watt bulb just to keep it warm. So it was pretty shocking, but it was also eye-opening. And you sometimes need these very rude awakenings to kind of shake you up. So at part of any design process, you actually develop a kind of a brief. So you can kind of see that the cost target was less than 20%. So how do you go about it? So you go about actually questioning the basics. So on the left, what you see is the present geometry of the product. It's pretty tall. It's got a 850 watt heater. You need space all around. A low resource setting environment also has less space. So what we did was we kind of brought the heater down. So from 850 watts, we just needed about 350 watts of power. It goes below your eye level of the doctor, so we had to make it asymmetric. We turned the bassinet from north-south orientation to east and west. Seems like a very small change, but for doctors, it's a very big change. So if you actually look back, if you've ever been to a doctor, he or she will always test your right pulse. That's part of your anatomy, and that's also part of their training. So these are the small nuances that one has to actually pick up when you're trying to develop a completely new product from scratch. A typical design process always starts off with a lot of sketching and quick, very rough models. So you make them using paper, foam, and small little straws, sticks. It sounds very crude, but the whole idea is to fail and fail very fast. But since this was for GE, and GE is a Six Sigma company, every single idea was vetted by a team of about 5 or 6 people. Medicine, nursing, safety, materials procurement, manufacturing, coatings, and there were about 40 teams. Every single sketch was actually vetted and discussed by 40 teams. And they were as rigorous as we were in developing concepts. So that's the first stage. And then you go through another round. I'll just pass through these sketches. There were sketches, models, and then one more round. As you see, the design is being refined further down. And then it comes down to a process where every single component is actually vetted, and variations of that component are actually discussed and detailed out. So even something like a tray, what are the options? Something like a wheel, what are the options? Something like a light, will it be something that will be easily broken? Do we really want something that can be adjusted? What is the simplest thing that one can have? And then further sketches, which comes down to models and detailed technical drawings. Here it was very interesting because in order to save cost, we decided that we will not have even an end cap to a pipe. So what is an end cap? So an end cap is something where you have an open hollow pipe and you need to cap it. We will not waste money even on an end cap. So the whole idea was to kind of make the pipes end within each other. So you don't need an end cap. And if you can make do with an auto, why would you have a car? So this has got 4 legs. We came down to 3. But if we had followed the process of defeaturing, probably this is not the path that one would have taken. It finally came down to this. It was a very good collaboration between the engineering team in GE at the maternal and infant care division and us as designers. Oh, there's a little story as to why the baby is actually the wrong way, because she's supposed to be 180 degrees apart. Because when we made the first prototype and we wanted an infant to actually shoot it with. And she was really cranky. And suddenly she fell asleep. So the mother quickly put the baby down. And then he said, oh, but she's facing the wrong way. That's not how we had designed the product. And said, if we kind of wake her up now, you can forget about the shoot. So that's how we kind of shot her the wrong way. So these things keep happening. That's a close-up of the product. So we incorporated everything almost everything that a $2,800 product has in a less than $500 product. So one small little detail. So babies have a reflux. So they regurgitate the milk that they've had if they're not tilted. So you see that little wedge there? So that is the job that a very sophisticated crank does in the lullaby. So that's the kind of thing we actually had to do to launch this product. So this was something that was about 15 years back. Interestingly, this took about the same period as the gestation period. So all this happened within 9 months. Somewhere in Boston, when the GE board was meeting, there used to be one small item, and that was, what is the progress on this warmer? So I don't know why Jeff Immelt was so involved, but that kind of shows a real concern from top down. And when this product was finally made, he came down and he actually signed on top of the product, the first prototype. Very small gesture, but meant a huge deal. This thing is now exported back to the US. So you can kind of gauge the impact of innovations of this sort. I'll just very quickly run you through one small little thing that the students here at IIT do. This is just about a year and a half back. And this is a student who a master's level student, who wanted to design a level 2 charger because of the pollution in the city. He wanted to encourage EVs. And what you're looking at is like a destination charger or a city charger is something that he was planning to do. You're already kind of now familiar with the entire drawing and modeling things that designers do. But what's also important is ergonomics. So industrial design looks at primarily, if I kind of simplify it, 3 things. We are form givers. So we give form to products, how they look. We look at ergonomics, so both anthropometrics and cognitive ergonomics. And we look at manufacturability. Great idea, but if it can't be made or if it's too expensive, too bad. So you also look at humans. So you look at their percentiles, tall man, short woman, etc., etc. And something in which how do you interact with the product? So it has to be intuitive. And this is a brand new product. People have not interacted with EV chargers at all. People don't know about it. So how do you make it extremely intuitive? That was the challenge in this project. So that was the first level of prototype. This is a thesis level project. And the student could manage to do all this because we used to tell him X and he used to come back with 2X. So an extremely motivated kind of student, of course. It's a pleasure to work with students of that sort. And then we actually started doing dummy tests. Now that's in Innova, but you see, even if you have an ICE vehicle coming there and you kind of do the dummy test and you take it out, you start observing a few things. I don't know how many of you have seen The Founder. This is a movie on Ray Kroc, McDonald's. And they actually first do the McDonald's in a tennis court. So they kind of lay it out on chalk and they kind of go through the motions. And that actually tells you where the problems are. So this kind of a body storming, as we call it, is extremely critical. So what did it do to us? It kind of showed us that people were kind of leaving the cable lying around, and it was getting wet, it was getting dirty, and people didn't want to kind of pick it up. So this is a thing about behavior change. So what did we do? We kind of had a saddle with a weight sensor on it. So if you kind of put the cable back, you're going to get 10% money back. People are kind of putting it back any which way they could. So you use design to actually influence behavior. Of course, we also were looking at if you kind of change the blink rate, what does it communicate? Does it communicate urgency? Does it communicate that everything is all right? So we also did product refinement to the level of what would be the blink rate, the colors, what do they communicate intuitively. That's the product at the end. So by the time the thesis jury happened, the product was already being showcased and being put up. So here we have a very happy picture, but interestingly, the designer is not there. And I would say that's a very good thing. So when you know you have a successful product, when other people own it, that's the measure of success. I just kind of coming back to our levels. So if you kind of see, we seem to be, as a nation, doing pretty well in terms of market sophistication, in terms of institutions. But if you really look at our creative outputs, not so great. If you kind of look at our human capital, not so great. So just to discuss this, I have a very eclectic panel. I would like to call on the stage Professor Naresh Bhatnagar. He is the Dean R&D. Would you have the lights, please? Dr. Tapan Sahu. Come. He's the ED Bharati. Please, please. Mr. Dilip Sahani. He's a regional director, Rockwell. Very nice to meet you. And Mr. Anuj Prasad. He's the founder of Dysmania Design. Wonderful. So, Dr. Sahu, I'd probably shoot a question to you. So, we want to kind of keep it as like a free-flowing session, but I'd probably ask a few questions, and maybe after one round, we can invite the audience if we have time. How critical is good design? And by extension, thoughtful innovation to good business?
Morning, I think it's a pleasure to be here. It's also my alma mater. I think thanks to Professor Wali for inviting me. To answer your question, design is extremely critical. When I say design, I think design is something which appeals or should be appealing to the five senses. I come from automobile background, so I'd say that when you look at cars, Anuj also is here, and how do people perceive it? How do you look at through your eyes? And vehicle design per se is not only the visual design, it's also the experience that we look at. So very, very critical. And the points that you touched in your slides about ergonomics or layout, if I talk about future design, for example, how are we looking at cognitive load, let's say? as vehicles are going to become smarter and smarter in future, how do we really look at cognitive load? And that's what is going to give the right kind of experience to people. So absolute design is extremely critical, and thoughtful innovation, another factor. Innovation, I mean, all of us know, need not be a big rocket science innovation, but could be small things which matter to the people. And when I talk to my people about innovation, I say, look, you have to look at two ends of the equilibrium. On one end, you need to address the pain points, what consumers have today. Or on the other end, you need to look at what is going to give him the pleasure. So if you are able to just find out and understand the pain points and the pleasure points and do something about it, I think you have hit the right spot then. So it's extremely critical as far as consumer satisfaction, consumer delight, or success in the market is concerned. I hope that could answer your question.
Yeah. Mr. Sani. So, you are in the business of equipping organizations for higher productivity. That's one of your very major, activities. But you must be noticing that, the complexity of problem solving is kind of increasing day by day. How do you take up this challenge?
So it's first of all, pleasure to be here and glad to be a part of the very first Delhi Innovation Summit. You teed it up very well with the example that you shared with all of us, the baby warmer, right? Baby warmers have existed, but that was a world-class innovation because you're trying to solve a problem in the context of a totally different country, a totally different set of consumers, right? And I think when you bring it to a more industrial setting, right, what we are trying to get done here in India, and this is our 40th year, you all are celebrating your 30 here, so I thought I'll just lay that out. We've been associated with Indian manufacturing for a long period of time, right? And the problems that need to be solved, the complexity of those problems are rising with every passing year, right? Because we have to make products easily affordable to the next 100 million odd, consumers that are getting added, every so often to the society, right? So affordability is a big concern, right? Consumer experience, as Tapan just pointed out, is another one big element, right? So I think you got to really have that problem-solving attitude. You got to be feeling inspired by, the fact that you have that kind of a challenge to deal with. And I think the best way to answer your question is to give you maybe an example or two, right? So we work with, so we are an industrial automation, digital transformation company, and you cannot be, the kind of business that we are in, you cannot be successful if you do not possess an innovation-oriented attitude. So we work with people who are, creating new machinery that goes into, plants and factories, and that allows people to produce things cheaper, faster, better, right? Many of these machinery builders now, these machineries, those use cases have existed, but they were kind of like the $2,400 baby warmer machines, which are they are a choice, but they are irrelevant because they're not, appropriate for the price points, right? In a country where you're trying to create a 10 rupee chocolate bar, right? You cannot have that kind of a machinery. So you got to take in the full 360 view of the set of challenges that you're faced with. And you got to take that clean piece of paper approach, as you yourself pointed out, and sit down. So one of the things that we did, and it's been now close to about 10, maybe 15 years, that we brought in a set of mechatronic specialists, and this is one of the examples, that I thought is probably appropriate to bring out. Right, we are an automation company. Most of the people that we had were basically people who were, electronics engineers, computer science graduates and so forth, but having people, domain experts who are mechatronics specialists on staff to work sometimes up to a couple of years in advance of an actual machine being put out over there was the tipping point for us to start a new line of business, which we internally call as the OEM business, which is essentially working with machinery builders. Why was that the tipping point? Is bringing people, on staff who had the sensibility, right, to actually decipher what the problem was, right, and then engage with, machinery builders who are typically, these are small to mid-sized companies at best, right, sometimes startups, right, but to engage with them, to help them overcome the fear of technology. Most of these are mechanical engineers, right? And then handhold them to go out and create these appropriate solutions for the right price points. Once we ourselves changed our approach, that gave us, it's one of the most successful line of businesses that we've had, 10 years straight, double-digit CAGR, something which I'm personally quite proud of. But I thought the lesson learned for us, which I thought I'll offer as an input, is, we attuned ourselves to the problem that we were trying to solve, as opposed to just wearing the technology badge, very proudly that, oh yes, we can do it. No, you make yourself as a part of the solution, right? And then, set of possibilities open up. So I don't know if that was really the answer you were looking for, but I thought I'll use that as an example. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Sure.
I'll kind of direct the next question to Professor Bhatnagar. And as a Dean R&D, so, IITs, we were initially asked to educate people. Yeah. And then once we started educating people, we were asked to research. Once we started doing fairly all right with research, we immediately were asked to innovate. Now, Professor Bhatnagar, you have been training minds, and you know how tough it is to train minds to think. How much tougher is it to train minds to innovate?
Okay, thank you, Professor Sabesaji. So, as a teacher, first of all, I'll give you 3 examples. As a teacher, as a innovator, and as a problem solver, which will connect 3 extremes what IIT Delhi has in it. Design, innovation, and manufacturing was one of the courses started by IIT Delhi for all our students, which culminated in an open house, where all the students made into groups of 5-6 were given a problem to think along with the teacher. So in a class of 60 or 100, there are 2 teachers or 3 teachers giving a problem to a student in the very second year to start thinking about any product, keep looking into the design aspects, go to the field, go to the workshops, go to the factories, understand it, start modifying it, and then manufacture a prototype. For example, a leaf picker was made on the IIT Delhi campus and people started using it. And also the garbage picker, a very simple device on the platform and on the railway tracks, how to pick up very small thin plastics was developed. Okay. Refreshable braille also came out from that course. So that course started working very well. Of course, when the number of students increased, it became difficult to handle a larger class of 150 for doing that. So we translated that course into product realization. And that became a core course for all the first year students of IIT Delhi. So in their very first year, when a student comes after studying for 4 years physics, chemistry and maths, and then they want something like engineering to come. And if we repeat the same thing again for 1 year or another year, they lose the steam to become an engineer. And that's where we were losing many of our students to other sectors, which were not core engineering, which they wanted initially, but now they found other ways, and they are more lucrative ways also. So we started this course on product visualization and product realization. Made it a core for each and every student, whether it's physics, engineering physics, or mathematics, or computer science, and where we start teaching them inside our central workshop to make a team, learn all the manufacturing techniques, programming, 3D printing, CNC machining, and casting, welding, forming, carpentry, whatever it is there, do it yourself and make a product. So for example, one of the semester we gave a Rube Goldberg's problem. 20 students in one group, and there were 400 plus students. One board was given 6 by 8, and 1 square feet of area was given to make a product on that board to do an event which is a slow acting. Start the action, and after a delay, the reaction should happen. For example, a ball falls or something happens and then it goes down. And then connect all the board of your group. So 20 students connecting one board. And then in a class, more than 20 boards were connected to make a mega machine. So that way, everybody learned what is the input and one output. For example, there was a rendezvous to happen, and that rendezvous, something has to go up, or a Coke bottle has to be opened, so after a 10 minutes of delay. So all those things have to work in unison. So that became a problem, a teamwork, and how all the students came together, started working. Night 2:30 a.m., if you visit, the workshop was open, students were working. So that made a teamwork, and that's how they started thinking. Because they have to solve a problem, and they have to make it by themselves, and they have learned how to use all the techniques which are available. Workshop was made open. So this way IIT Delhi did one good thing to start that course, and it is still going on. One faculty, and last year I took a class of 1157 students in 5 weeks. So that shows that everybody is so interested and enthusiastic about learning about engineering.
Professor Bhattacharya, I'm kind of tempted to ask you one more question. See, innovation has got a lot to do with culture. And the students who come here, prior to that, they are told by the family members, the parents, bete, kuch bhi karna, fail mat hona. And we kind of bring them here, and we kind of tell them, please fail.
We want them to learn and enjoy. There are only two things. Once they make new friends, because they are in a group, they don't know, they don't have any choice to form a team. By default, whatever is the group which is made, that becomes their group, and they have to excel. Because they are going to be assessed based on a collective product development. So everybody has to work. So they learn, and nobody fails then. Secondly, if you ask me, the second part which I want to link is extreme on medical devices and implants. So one of the product which we developed was a dental implant. At that time, not a single Indian manufacturing company was making it. So it came as a nationally evolved project from CSIR. They just showed us that this is a titanium screw. Can you make it? Or can you design it? And then we took up a project, started looking at it. It was not just one screw, there were more than 100 components which goes into making of one dental implant. Because we have to make a surgical kit, a prosthetic kit, different sizes, it's screws, abutment, and everything within a tolerance of plus minus 2 to 3 microns. Because inside a mouth, 1 micron is equal to 1 mile. So we have to learn the precision engineering, precision manufacturing let's say surface modification, osseointegration, all those terms which are part of a implantation technology. And then within a span of 5 to 7 years, we developed everything at IIT Delhi, and there was a technology transfer to the industry. Now that industry is CE marked, ISO 13485, and then it is now exporting it from India. So not only in India we have got the dental implants, which used to cost around 25,000 to 50,000. Now they are coming in 3,500 available to Indian people. And it may not be very much to say that there is a new innovation, but we are coming with next generation, which may be for the first time in the world also. So nano-based technologies and a new generation of implant. So like that, once the funding comes, once the infrastructure is made, so IIT Delhi has a DCGI enabled manufacturing facility for testing all the implants, which goes directly from here to clinic. The third extreme example of innovation and design is one, because I am seeing somebody from the army, and I'll not come to the bulletproof jacket, but something else. It is a problem given to us 1.5 years back. We have soldiers on our glaciers, particularly Siachen and other glaciers, who have to climb at least 0.5 kilometer ice sheet, which is a frozen river. And they have to climb without any ropes or ladders. And it is ice at -40 to -60 degrees Celsius. So it may be a 2-point contact, 3-point contact, or a 4-point contact. So they use a ice X to make a dent, which will remain inside the ice, and then they have to remove it. And then another hand, and both the boots, they have to have something which goes into the ice to support the body. So -60 degree, the material or the product, ice X and boot crampons, are to be made of steel, which withstand that much of temperature.
So you just hold it closely.
Which can sustain -40 to -60 degrees Celsius without becoming brittle, holding its properties, and the product is to be made as light as possible, made out of steel, polymer, aluminum, fabric, locking, everything. It's a complete product. We were given just 1 year because last 70 years we have been importing it. And in army parlance, it is a category D product. That means once issued, it goes off, because once the soldier climbs, the crew comes back after 3 months, spending their time, they throw it off. So the entire exchequer was going into imports. There were several attempts and trials by various Indian industry, including Forge India and all that, and L&T and Tatas. They made the products and it failed. There were 14 trials by different companies. And I am happy to tell you that today, 3 of my boys are at Siachen doing the final trials. And that product, 90% it has proven. The last mile, some small issues, we are going to tackle it. And this will be the first product coming out of IIT Delhi directly to Indian Army. So this is design, innovation, manufacturing, thinking, everything goes together.
Fantastic. Mr. Prasad, so he was talking about the army. Let me take an analogy from the Navy. So the Navy, when they talk about ships, they talk about 2 components. They talk about a float component and they talk about a fight component. Now, we all know what the business environment in our country is. So if you actually if our various industries, given the business environment they are in, they're almost in a firefight all the time. So pardon the pun, but they're just struggling to keep afloat. And you kind of help companies, give them the ammo to fight. So how do you see, and what are your thoughts around that?
Yeah. So, Pallas, I think you have asked me a very difficult question. How to keep people afloat, and how to help them in firefighting. We do it all the time. As a design company, our job is to make a lot of business sense for the industry, because design and innovation are very interwoven kind of subjects, I think almost 15 years back, I created a program which was called Innovation-Led Design. We called it as ILD, and which meant that can you find out those needs in the market first, and then convert this into design. So design, innovation, invention, these are the words which I use, but I think each one has a different meaning altogether, So invention is something which you are making and you come out with a great discovery and come out with some idea which can be very beneficial for the society, for the humankind, or anything else. But innovation is actually the application of design, the needs of people, and humanizing that invention into something which can reach out to people, And I think that's a very big difference, and innovation in India has remained largely at the public level to a jugaad kind of a thing, which is a very quick solution, but nobody has actually ever thought of taking that street level innovation to something which could be applicable to a much larger mass of people, and which can be done by design, So designers like me and like you and like so many of them are actually sought after a lot, because we can humanize technologies, Our job is to reach out to the people with solutions which can help them in making their life comfortable, convenient, and give them delight, the user experience of doing things. So I think we don't keep, our endeavor is not to keep the industry afloat, but I think our endeavor is to give them a leap, and that is done through design. So our job is much bigger, which would mean that how can you grow your business and how can you reach out to millions of consumers by giving good design to your product, and which is a mix of innovation, mix of invention, mix of sociology, mix of psychology, and all this put in together. So I would say designers actually do a good blend of right side and left side of the mind and the brain to give something which meets the socio-economic, cultural, and the functional needs of the consumers, So I think that's a area which you work in, and innovation is very close to our heart. So industry doesn't operate on innovation because the industry is extremely scared of innovation. And the reason why they're scared of innovation is because it's a little dicey, it's risky to innovate and try out something new in the market. And many of the decision makers in large corporations are people who are not owners of the company, who don't feel responsible for coming out with something new. So many times they shun innovation, rather they discourage it. But when you're dealing with the owners of the company, when you have somebody who has a vision for scaling up the business, reaching out to a larger audience, and taking a larger landscape across the globe, then they really encourage innovation. So we find that smaller companies, people who can take decisions, who are at the ownership level, innovation can happen. But what we found over 30 years of our practice, so we are also going to celebrate 30 years only tomorrow, So, so in these 30 years of practice, we felt that industry, very few industries, where the innovation is driven from top, like P&G was one of the company for 10 years. They drove innovation from the top, from the chairman level. He said that everybody has to innovate and it has to come in their annual report. So it really happened. But many companies do not do. They do very incremental kind of innovation. So we decided to have our own innovation lab, which we started only in 2017. But the whole idea of innovation as a designer is something which was actually floating around. We kept making new things which were meant to find the hidden needs of the Indian consumers primarily. Because many of the products which come out in the Indian market are driven by the Western adaptations. We adapt from the West what you have, the automation in the kitchen, the automation at home, comfort products and all. So we started designing products or innovating on them basis the Indian needs, the hidden needs, and completely new things. So first product which we are going to launch next month is a chai making machine, the way we make chai at home, cooked tea. And it is an autonomous machine, which means that it can actually run with your mobile phone. You can feed in your own recipe in it. You can feed in thousands of recipes, and it will cook chai. Cook, not prepare chai the way Westerners do it. Exactly the same way consistently, and the reach is phenomenal, because the tapri chai in India is like $1 billion market. We don't know the exact size of it. So there are things which we are doing. There are many more things which we are planning to do under the Desmania Innovation Labs. So keeping industry afloat is not our purpose. Giving them a leap is our purpose, and sharing the technologies with the industry is something which we want to do so that they can reach out to the millions. So that's our intent.
Wonderful. Another word that kind of is associated with innovation in India is a word called frugal. And along with that, you also have another word called agile. So I'd like to kind of open up to all of you. So what are your thoughts around frugal and agile? And if you could kind of give an example or a couple of examples to kind of illustrate that. Maybe Dr. Sahu or Mr. Sani.
Sorry for continuing. So frugal is something which is part of our culture, and we are happy about it, because frugality is also related to sustainability in a very big way. And that is what people are trying to teach us, but it is inherent in us, We don't want to waste. So frugal is inherent in designers and innovators in India, because we feel that anything which goes waste is not right, and that's how we have been taught and brought up in our lives. The value system itself is a little frugal, that you want to remain minimal, though it is changing a bit, but I'm sure it'll take a quick circle and we come back to frugality as a part of our thought process, I would say. And second is very most important, and I actually make a presentation in many of the design institutes about agile innovation, and people say that innovation takes time, it is R&D and whole lot of stuff, but agile innovation is so important. And let me give you an example of agile innovation which we did just 2 years back during pandemic. So when pandemic struck, everything was locked down, and so first thing which I did was to call up my team on Teams and ask them what should we do, and we felt that as designers we need to do something to help the people who are stuck with pandemic, the coronavirus. So we ideated a lot, all done online, and we came out with a design which was a mask, which was a transparent mask which we designed. So the concept is something which we converted into a manufactured product in precisely 3.5 months. And it's an award-winning product called Armor. I don't know, many of you must have heard about AARMR, which is our own brand. And we made a full mask, full face, transparent mask with all the filters with the help from IIT, let me tell you. So Dr. PVM Rao was associated with us. We took the permission through IIT Delhi to work during the lockdown. 5 people in our Manesar studio we worked, and the whole process was driven around what we have in the studio. So we had 3D printers, we had a CNC machine, we had a paint shop, we had all this stuff. So everything was driven about the manufacturing which we can do in-house, because we could not have gone down to any vendor at that time. So design was given, the design brief which I gave to my design team was within a certain window of what we can do during this time. And let me tell you that we launched this mask on Flipkart on 27th July. 23rd March, the lockdown happened, and we sold like over 1 lakh masks, and also made like different designs. We had like 6 variants to that, a product which was done specially for the doctors, and they just loved it so much, because at that time there was so much of fear around COVID, and doctors especially who were exposed so much, and it was completely made in India, designed in India, absolutely. Not a single part we imported from outside. And this mask was called Medex. which was meant for doctors, and even the filters we didn't import from China. We actually, our clients, so we have many clients, so BASF is one of our clients which makes plastic. So we asked them, do we have any such filter which can actually compete with the N95, and they had developed a certain material which came from Baroda. We cut it down. So everything Indian, we made something which was equivalent to N99. We took certification, and 2 years we had complete, it was a brand which was reckoned with, and that's what agile innovation means, because and there were many people who designed the mask, and now I know that they are trying to launch it. They have invested in injection mold and such stuff. We never went for injection molding. We did vacuum forming. We used the processes which were faster, which had lesser investment to go for, and everything was done in-house. All the investment came from in-house, and we could run the show. So agile innovation is so important because time to market is so critical. So I think innovation can't be something which is a very, very long drawn R&D process. Sorry for taking too long a time, but
wonderful to hear that. Mr. Sani.
Sure. So let me offer great insights, first of all, Anuj. I'll offer, some perspectives, and I think each one of us would, on both these areas. First of all, frugal. And I would like to bring in the aspect. Now, it runs in our bloodstream as Indians, so I wouldn't repeat that. But I think as we are engulfed now with this challenge around making our lifestyles and our existence more sustainable, frugality is, having that kind of a mindset and attitude goes very well with the ethos of being more sustainable. So I'll just lay that out over there. And I think, anyone who was associating frugality with, doing things on the cheap has to start rethinking about their own approach altogether, right? So that's one thought. Talking about agile, right? I think in a world that we're living in now, and we talk about Industry 4.0, we consider ourselves to be, enabling our clients on their journeys on digital transformation, Industry 4.0. It is important to, when you say 4.0, there must have been a 1.0, a 2.0, and a 3.0, right? If you look at the journey that mankind took to go from what we call as Industry 1.0 to 2.0 was probably, I don't know, some maybe 6 or 8 decades, right? 2.0 to 3.0 was probably a couple of decades. 3.0 to 4.0, something like that, probably half the time. Where am I taking this argument to? I think the world is changing at such a pace that you've lost the ability to, to use your term, Anuj, do those long drawn R&D cycles, or within the manufacturing parlance or in business terms, do a POC and then a couple of years later, bring it back to the board and then seek for approvals for then doing a rollout of some sort, right? No, I think you got to have the attitude of quick and agile innovation, fail fast, right? Identify which ideas really have the promise to make business impact, right? Real world impact, and then really go ahead and scale them up quickly, because the world that you're living in, the external context is vastly different. And that'll continue to become even faster, the pace of business, the pace of life altogether. So, 2 thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'd just like to set 1 or 2 perspectives. First is about, where are we today and where the world is going. I think if you look at it, the bigger goal is carbon neutrality across the globe. And I think that's what is driving the various demand, factors for energy conservation and this thing. And this has been in our blood. This is our 40th year also. We are celebrating Maruti Suzuki's 40th year in India. And less for more. I think you would have heard the term kitna deti hai. So it's not today. I mean, it's since the birth of Maruti Suzuki, that has been our philosophy. And in Suzuki, it's called So Kitanbi. So smaller, fewer, lighter, shorter, and beautiful. Point is that we need to see that how can we even save a, let's say, dot of fuel or a milliliter of fuel for the distance we cover. So that has been the philosophy. So less for more is a very, very fundamental ingrained philosophy that we have. And every product, every technology that we use today is based on that philosophy of frugality. In terms of technology, I mean, we moved from gasoline to CNG for that. India has a very important problem or important now, very big problem of energy security. So crude imports is 85%.
Correct.
So as a country, we need to save every drop that we can. And how do we do that? And we have a range of products, starting from a 4 lakh car to a 40 lakh car. The 40 lakh person may not bother, but the 4 lakh person definitely do bother. So when we have to serve the society in such a large scale, I think we need to look at technologies which can be used for the segments. So we looked at CNG in a big way. And agility in terms of, we said, why not CNG in SUVs? Today, India market is 40% SUV. But we have started offering CNG also in SUVs. Because there are people who like the body shape of SUV, but who would also have the mindset of frugality, and they'll say, I'll save. Why not? So I get best of the both worlds. Similarly, we have come out with the intelligent electric hybrid vehicle, which again, in absence of charging infrastructure, what needs to be put up, till that time, I think we need to save whatever we can. So the vehicle runs about 60% of the time on EV, and the fuel efficiency goes up to 30 km per liter, 33 km per liter for a big SUV, which is commendable, so and customers are liking it. So from our sense, I think from the point of view of Maruti Suzuki, I think we look at, like I said earlier, the pain points of consumer, the pressure points, and look at frugality and agility both to do things quicker and faster for the market.
Wonderful. Could you talk a little bit about future innovation? And probably, if you can, give an example so our audience can get a sense.
I want to give an example of their frugality. So Maruti is one of our clients, and Mr. Dr. Tapan Sahu knows us. So once I gave a quotation for something to Maruti, and your people, they started negotiating very, very hard. I said, you're such a cash-rich company, market leader, and why do you want to negotiate so much with the designers, 25, 30, 40%. So he said that this is the reason why we are the market leaders, and we have been taught about it, how to play with the minimum possible cost. I said, okay guys, agreed. So I think that's very important, it runs in the culture, which means that the reason Maruti has reached millions of consumers is because they are able to offer value at a certain price. And I think it comes through the whole culture of frugality. Sorry for this.
No, thank you. You asked about the future. I think I just would like to say it on one or two aspects. I think digitalization is happening in a very, very big way, and so also is urbanization. These are the two big problems which we are going to face in future. So as we move towards rapid urbanization and as we get into wide-scale infrastructure, the speeds of vehicles increase, the need of mobility is changing, which government is trying to tackle on different ways. But I think if we take mobility as a theme, not vehicle, car or train or something like a theme, it provides a lot of scope for innovation for future. How do we address the mobility needs of Indian consumers at large? So when you take, you have a lot of startup sessions also. This comes from the same thing that, okay, how do you create your vision of the purpose? If our purpose is only manufacturing cars, the answer is no. Our purpose is to provide joy of mobility. So similarly, if you look at, make your purpose bigger or larger or wider, probably you will get a lot of areas for innovation in future. And I think digitalization, connected vehicles, lot more energy saving technologies are going to be the future trends as far as mobility is concerned.
Professor Bhatnagar.
I think it's a very relevant question, and first thing which comes to my mind right now is Indian industry has to wake up. They are still in the manufacturing domain. They are not into the R&D domain. They are not doing any research which is intended, which is required for any, let's say, frugal engineering, which is required for agile manufacturing, or which is required for the future visions. Until and unless there is a R&D, and every company keeps at least minimum 2% of their annual turnover for R&D and spend that on actual research without getting any return on investment on R&D, then only the things will move further. If they want to run their show, they can very well do it as they are doing now, just by doing manufacturing and engineering. But to go for a leap, to go for the joy of the consumer, to go for the delight of the consumer, they have to rope in R&D. And R&D means a real research, where the new technologies can develop and emerge. Let's say tomorrow electric vehicles will be coming or hybrids are coming. You need lightweighting, because 70% of the fuel cost is consumed by the weight. And if you can reduce weight by even 1 kg of a vehicle, part of that, maybe your mileage can go up from 30 to 35. So the issue is, how do we make it lighter? How do we make it more usable? How do we make it more recyclable? So all the materials technology. So where is the research? Let's say by Indian companies on materials. We are lacking behind. So we have to work on that. We have to work on designers. We should have not just one, let's say in automobile, why we do not have a Ital design type of companies where we can build our own designs. Why can't we make our own engines? Toyota company makes every 1 month a new engine in Japan.
So
there are many questions to my colleagues here which need to be answered, and we are here to provide that R&D as IIT. And you have to rope in and build a platform where there is a seamless movement of people from our research labs to your manufacturing plants, and vice versa with your problems to our institutions, all IITs, ISC and all. So once that sort of a system is developed, then you will see that all the innovations, every day you will find innovations, every day you will see frugality, and then only we will be called a developed nation. Otherwise we will still be following the beaten tracks.
Mr. Sani.
So, you know,
A response to him.
I would say I wholeheartedly endorse his point of view, right? So no defense, right? I think, but at the same time, I also see silver lining, at least the clients that I interact with. And many of these are, I mean, Indian manufacturing, 90% of the companies are MSMEs, right? And particularly the companies that are, you know, privately held, they are inherently competitive. I mean, that competitive zeal is there. What's missing is, you know, you got to open up their minds and their thinking to the set of possibilities. I mean, I've already been personally involved with a few dialogues that we've triggered off. I happen to be associated with FSM, which is an offshoot of IIT Delhi. And, you know, bringing in people who are trying, this particular individual, he runs a company that is a textile industry machinery manufacturer. Innovation that they're bringing in, and he's already put the product out over there, right? Innovation that they're bringing in is they are allowing fast fashion by being able to create very small lot sizes. So you don't have to really produce very, very large sort of fabric outputs, right? But the thing is, the machinery requires to be much more sophisticated. And that's where they were reaching their upper limits of creativity and problem solving and such. And my team of mechatronics specialists, well, these are essentially commercial engineers. We lack the mathematical modeling capabilities which institutes like yours, possess in oodles, right? So we triggered a dialogue. I don't know where it is going to lead us to, but this kind of a thinking, I mean, for someone like him who owns this company, it's out of Gujarat, this thought had not even crossed his mind. And I'm using that just as an example of some hundreds of thousands of such outfits out there. So the idea is, how do we get them to start thinking of this being a possibility, right? just a response. But I completely agree. I think if we have to really be visualizing ourselves 5 years, 10 years, or whatever time it takes us to break into the realm of, I mean, we are already the top 5 economy, but if we really want to be, to use Satya's term, right, first of its kind, and, really putting out breakthrough solutions, that we have to activate all the options that are available to us. And Industry Academia Association, as a primary one, and that collaboration, I think, ranks amongst the, within the top quartile for sure.
I think I'd just like to add to that. I also don't disagree, I agree more. I had visited a lot of universities in Australia, then Netherlands and Germany about 7-8 years back when we were doing electric mobility. Looked at the infrastructure they have, looked at the kind of partnerships they have with industry, it's phenomenal. And the kind of labs they have in the institute itself is actually mind-boggling. I mean, really world-class. Today, our IITs, I mean, many other institutes do have the facilities, and I think what is lacking is that one is awareness, for sure, that what is possible, what people are doing, and where can I mean, how do I get my value? That's number one. And number two, I mean, as Maruti Suzuki, we have initiated a few projects. I had done many projects with IIT Kanpur. We are doing some projects with IIT Delhi now itself. They're continuing. But second point is about lead times. What we think the timeline possible in terms of academic balance versus what is industry requires, there is a gap today. And professors will take their own time, there will be a project proposal, there will be PIs, but we want probably a particular solution. We're looking at a problem and looking at possible ways to solve them. So this gap, if it can be bridged, first bridging the awareness gap and second bridging the time gap, I think could bring in a lot of healthy and lot more collaborative efforts in this regard. These are my comments. Thank you.
Wonderful. We have just about 5 minutes. Is there somebody in the audience who's dying to ask a question to the panel? Yeah, please. Just 1 second, sir. Sorry, just a minute. They're recording it. So.
Hello, I'm Dr. Bhattacharya. I'm a consultant and on the advisory group of FITT here in the campus. One of my key KRA areas, or rather key focus areas, is to help entrepreneurs become market viable. Okay. Now, the biggest challenge that we face today is entrepreneurs who've come out with product which is as per the on the table or on the boards or on the PowerPoints are really commercially viable products, do not have investors from the industry to invest in them and help them bring out the product as a sellable product in the market. Now, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying industry is not investing. The path which industries take for investment is through the CSR model. Now, it's a very nice way of doing it. But the unfortunate part is, in the CSR model, the quantum is quite less, number one. Number two, he spoke about the time gap between an academic activity and a manufacturing activity. Fortunately or unfortunately, I've been on both sides of the coin, meaning I've been in the manufacturing and I've been in the academics also. I was earlier, once upon a time, CEO for Pepsi. Anyway, that's a different story altogether. But let me tell you something. Let me come to a very straight direct issue, which I'm sure Professor Bhatnagar would be able to corroborate more than me. One of our faculties had gone across to a particular corporate with the concept of converting methane into hydrogen. Now, as you all know, hydrogen is the fuel for the future, not only for us, probably for the entire globe. And we are, as a nation, we are very focused on that. Now, do you know the question which was asked? The corporate said, okay, this is what you need, we'll give you this amount. So he said, fine, I'm very thankful. Then he said, okay, what is the lead time? This would be the lead time. The corporate agreed to that lead time also. I'm not getting into too much details. Finally, he said, just give me one line in, and he said, what would be the saving in terms of my expenses? He said, it would be around 10% in the path that I am saying you, around 10%. He said, do one thing. Send me a proposal. In that you mention very clearly that it would be 10% from my existing cost. If I'm not going to mention any names. I've not yet done the commercial trial. I've not yet done the field trial of the product, and the corporate wants me to commit 10%. Is that rational? Is that agility? Is that frugality? I ask myself this question. There is a requirement for 90 gigawatt of electrolysis. Nowhere in the world it is available. Forget about 90 gigawatt. We don't even have a 500 megawatt electrolysis capacity globally.
Sir, we have
I just have 1 second. I'll just take one more second. But nobody is ready to invest into the academics to come out with a design which they can use in their units. It's not for IIT, it is not for FITT, it is for you. You meaning, sir, please pardon me, I don't mean the individuals, I mean the industry. Okay?
Is there a specific question?
At the same time, that industry is committing that we will be becoming a hydrogen surplus nation of tomorrow. Where is it going to come from? Frugality, agility? I have big questions on that. Thank you. Sorry, I took 4 or 5 minutes or 3 minutes. My apologies to all of you at the chair, sir.
I think I'll just make a small comment. I think it's a difficult point, pain point, like customer. If FITT is the customer, if I say in that sense, we need to understand the pain point very clearly. I mean, we need to have the context of both the parties with absolute clarity. That the context of the industry versus the context of FITT, and where do they match or mismatch. I think this needs to be understood, and it can be done through a dialogue only.
Right.
I mean, there is no other way to solve this issue.
Just one suggestion from my side is investment comes in not just in terms of dollars that you're investing. I think industry, one way by which industry could be of help to startups would also be through mentoring, would also be through guiding what is the ecosystem that exists and where that startup might find their right place in the ecosystem. That value is probably invaluable at that stage of the startups. So just a perspective.
I'd just like to add one more point. I think just for information of everyone, I think as Maruti Suzuki, we have various programs now. We have a program, Mobility and Automation, Automobile Innovation Lab, MAIL program. We have taken this is the 7th cohort of startups. We take about 30-40 startups, evaluate them through a rigorous process. We have a mentoring process. And the top 3 awardees, they go to Japan, they get the exposure. We do them internal funding. They work with various business verticals. They get live projects and funding for that POC. After that, they take off. And I think by now, about out of 21 or 25, we have now 3 or 4 business partners who are working with us as business partners. Similarly, we have a program with IIM Bangalore. We have a program with IIM Kolkata for nurturing startups and getting into the stream of mobility.
Right. Thank you. So,
yeah, I'm Professor Amit Mehendiratta, Biomedical Engineering, IIT Delhi AIMS. I have just one question and need your insight and might stand corrected. When we talk about design, I always see it as a sequel. You have something, then you want to improve the form factor for a better ergonomics or market outreach. But when there is a problem where there is a disruptive technology that an academic institute is trying to develop, trying to solve a scientific problem first, and then I see the design later, what is the right stage where you think that design input and starting from scratch, a disruptive technology where there is no precedent, where does that intermingling should happen in the TRL level status from 0 to 9?
Very interesting question. I mean, I think Anuj can answer. You would like to answer, please?
No, you can.
I think there is no timeline defined here. I mean, I'll give you my sense. If you have a distributed technology is available to you or somebody is developing it, it will again depend on the context of the organization where they will put it. There are various programs going on. I have, for example, multiple programs today going on as far as Maruti is concerned for all futures. So which program, what stage of design will I incorporate will depend on my context. But Anuj, you would like to add something?
So I think the right thing which is happening right now is collaboration, you know, which means collaboration has to start from ground zero. And each of these stakeholders, so designers traditionally have been taken as the stakeholders who come a little later, who skin the product to make it a little more glamorous and beautiful and more delightful, ergonomic. But I think the need-based requirement, understanding the psyche of the consumer, the hidden needs or unmet needs is something which can be actually built into the technology itself, you know. And many big companies, they always collaborate with designers at the ground level itself, at the root level, so that the technology which you are making is also centered around the user, human, or the ecosystem which you are talking about, you know. So ideally, it should be done together, and you have many stakeholders, and design is one stakeholder while you are developing the technology. And I think that's how most of the incubation programs world over or innovation labs are happening, you know. So designers are intrinsic part of building the technology also, but their role becomes much higher as you go further, as you find that eureka moment, you know, of getting the technology right.
I'm afraid we just have time for one last question.
I'm actually I don't have extra question. I just have a view on this question. It is good to think about the design at the early stages of TRL 1 to 9, as my professor colleague has asked. But my personal opinion is it is important to consider design aspect TRL 7 and onwards. Doing it earlier is not really so much of beneficial. Just a view.
That's what exactly I wanted to highlight. There is a difference between the thought of where design comes from an academician and industry. And that mismatch is only I wanted to highlight, which sir has actually helped me to highlight in this stage. So that is a larger question that the community has to understand.
So we have time for just one last question. So please.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Hello. Sir, my name is Pawan Saxena, and I'm from a medical company. We are manufacturing some medical items. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I have two questions. One question is to Professor Bhatnagar. Sir, आप लोग R&D करते हैं, R&D बनाते हैं, बहुत सारे इंटेलिजेंसिया आते हैं, अच्छे करते हैं. मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि आप जैसे ऑटोमोबाइल भी आपने कुछ करा, तो क्या आप एक ऑटोमोबाइल जो सड़क पे बनाने वाला है, चीज़ें जो रोज़ देखता है, जो रोज़ प्रॉब्लम्स सुनता है एंड यूजर्स की, उसको भी इन्वॉल्व करते हैं? फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. सेकंड क्वेश्चन इज दिस, आई हैव बीन टू अटीरा गुजरात आल्सो. उन्होंने क्या करा कि टेक्नोलॉजी बनाई भी और उनको मैन्युफैक्चर करके भी दिखाया, और वो और अपने मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को लॉट ऑफ एसोसिएशंस को बुलाते हैं और उनको टेक्नोलॉजी दिखाते हैं. ये देखो ये चीज़ बन गई, जैसे नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी का फेस मास्क बनाया उन्होंने और लोगों को दिखाया, और उन्होंने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए सेटअप भी करते हैं. बेसिकली कि आपने टेक्नोलॉजी बना दी लेकिन उसकी बहुत पुअर मार्केटिंग करी और एंड यूजर्स तक नहीं पहुंची. इतना मैन्युफैक्चरर है, यूनिकॉर्न्स आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे, लेकिन आपकी बनाई हुई IIT, क्या IIT अटीरा से नहीं कांटेक्ट करता, या इंटरपर्सनल चीज़ें जो होती हैं, क्या हम एक प्रगति मैदान में एक एग्जीबिशन नहीं लगा सकते कि हिंदुस्तान के टॉप टेक्नोलॉजी इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं, उन्होंने क्या क्या टेक्नोलॉजी बनाई है और कौन से सेक्टर में बनाई है, और उसकी मार्केटिंग करी जाए. बेसिकली पुअर मार्केटिंग है जो कि एंड यूजर्स पर नहीं पहुंची. कई नई टेक्नोलॉजी हम आज सुनते हैं. दिस इज माई क्वेश्चन.
हेलो. तो आपका क्वेश्चन बिल्कुल सही है. हम जो रोड साइड में भी जो यूज़र होता है या जो मैकेनिक है और वो अगर कुछ बना रहा है उसको भी सुनते हैं. एज ए इंजीनियर, एज ए R&D और एज ए innovator, we have to keep our eyes, ears, nose, everything open, always. So we have to get ideas from everywhere. कहीं पेन पॉइंट आ रहा है, कहीं पे भी कुछ माइनर सा भी कुछ डिफिकल्टीज है, वी टेक केयर ऑफ दैट ऑल्सो. So I'll give you 2 examples where bad marketing has led to a very unique product still in the background. We developed a hip protection device, medical side से, for the old people. That means geriatric age वाले, 75 years and old, who if by chance fall, they will break the neck of the femur or the hip bone. And this hip bone, ये जो joint है, it cannot join, जैसे बाकी हड्डियाँ जुड़ जाती हैं, जुड़ता नहीं है. So you have to replace it with a metallic hip joint. That is costing 1.5 lakhs to 2 lakhs and 6 months of lying down and the pain of the family. पूरा trauma है. ये वही समझ सकता है जिसके घर में कोई बुजुर्ग है और जो गिर चुका है और जो 6 महीने तक बेड पे रहा है. Now this product, which just cost more than the cost of an undergarment, was developed using a DST project along with collaboration of AIIMS, orthopedics department, geriatrics department, and we have done a complete survey with the old citizen homes also. More than 2,000 of such products were distributed free of cost. Everybody was happy, and many people, even if they fell down, could save their hip joint. So it became a very good product. We transferred the technology to a manufacturer thinking that he will do the marketing, but he was only a manufacturer. He couldn't do marketing. Now, until unless he creates a market, he needed at least 1 crore rupee to develop a product market. He says, I am just a manufacturer, I can't do it. CSR route, other routes he tried, but nothing moving. Now, this product doesn't exist in India. But how many old population is there? Everybody needs it. If you want to give a gift to your parents or grandparents, this is the best gift which they can wear it completely and save their entire future. And it has saved many failures also. But this is bad marketing. So we do not know. Yes. So yes, even doctor said कि अगर उनका टूटेगा नहीं तो हम क्या करेंगे? That's why they have not endorsed it. कि why do you want prevention? Otherwise we have to close our shops. Because one hip joint fetches them maybe a few lakhs.
So we have just time for, we really run out of time. So please be brief.
Question is to Dr. Tapan. I also own Maruti and I'm one of the satisfied customers. And the only keyword that I say about the product is the affordability with respect to its maintenance and many other factors. I think one of the things that, because I don't know what in R&D you are currently doing, so maybe whatever I am going to talk right now, you may already be doing it, but today on this platform, maybe we all might know that in case it is actually happening or not. So what I'm trying to ask is that earlier fuels were petrol and diesels, then came in the CNG, and now we have the electric and hybrid models. Is Maruti innovating its vehicles towards solar electricity as well? Because that will going to hit the major issue on the earth, that is the pollution. If that is what can be innovated, I mean, it's one of the first that the Maruti can do, and I think it can actually help the air of Delhi or the other polluted cities to reduce something. Thank you.
I think I'll answer you very precisely. I think solar powered EV is a possibility. Are we working on it? Answer is not yet, because we are working on our first EV, which will come next year. And I think after that we have 6 EVs coming by 2030. And parallelly we are working on the other technologies. Yes, constantly yesterday evening only I was discussing with my team, and this idea came that, okay, why not we are working on solar powered sunroof, let's say. Now we are giving so many sunroofs. So technology is available. Adapting it to the particular vehicle at what time frame is a matter of question. But I think any possibility anywhere, like I said, less is more. The more we save, the less we consume, the more we save. So that's our philosophy, and we'll keep working on it. Thank you. And thank you for being a satisfied customer.
Thank you so much. Fascinating thoughts, fascinating discussion. Thank you very much. A big round of applause, please. Group photograph? Yeah.
I would like to thank all our distinguished guests, and especially Professor Paldas for having such an interactive session. We are now breaking for lunch. Post lunch at 1:30, we have several events coming up again, and you guys can all check them at the LED that are located outside. And we're now breaking for lunch. Thank you all for attending. We shall join again. Thank you.
आपको याद होगा हम लोग ईवीएम लोगों के साथ यहाँ बाहर मिले नहीं आई थिंक रिजल्ट तो कोई भी बुला रहा था कभी भी आ जाओ यार
Oh my God, no, this is so thanks for inviting me to be a part of it, especially.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome once again. I'm Amrita. Thank you for joining us for Startups Leadership Lessons. We
Good
are
afternoon,
being
everyone.
joined. Welcome once again. I'm Amrita. Thank you for joining us for Startups Leadership Lessons. We
Good
are
afternoon,
being
everyone.
joined